Boo. All right, I think that's all good. Let me see. Let's see how tired I actually look. Do I look tired? I look kind of tired. My camera's kind of blurry. You good? I sound tired? Do I? I got the proper amount of sleep. Oh, there's music playing. It's very soft though, I think. Do you hear it now? Oh, you looking handsome though. Aha, aha, ha. Or Lord, are you flexing? Am I flexing the music? But maybe it's the shirt. Maybe it's the PJ shirt that I'm wearing. It's comfy vibes. If I button up, maybe I look less tired. Hello. Hello. I don't know. I got a proper amount of sleep last night, I feel like, but I feel tired. So I think my body needs more sleep, honestly. But I wonder why. I'm probably just lacking sleep this past week. But how are you guys doing? What's up? We're gonna do more Elden Ring in a bit, but it'll be a short stream because I want to be there when Sophia gets off of work. My hair's all weird. More sleep. Get 9 hours. Yeah, maybe I need 9 hours. But yeah, I want to end before Sophia gets back from work so I can call her and basically walk her home, more or less. So that's in 4 hours. We're gonna end before 4 hours. So I'll probably end in like 3.5 hours or something like that. So I can get some time to eat some food too before she walks home. Because after she comes home, I have to go to work right away. And that'll be fun. But I was thinking I want to stream more this week instead of just Wednesday and Saturday. So maybe I stream Friday and Saturday. Boom. Boom. Damn, my eye bags are thick. How are you guys doing though? Hope you guys are doing well. It would seem my controller is not properly turning on. Don't know why. Oh no, it's plugged in. Made the noise. Alright. I need to open something that I forgot about. Streaming creative. There we go. This is the scripted deaths. Perfect. I'm tired, didn't sleep well last night. Had a midterm, probably bombed it. Oh no. That sucks. I'm sorry. I love bombing midterms. Not really. Oh, well, that's good. Hopefully, I'm glad there's good things to come from today still. But, alright, I need to check something. And it goes up and down. 404, no problem found. Alright, I'll close that. Goodbye, Lo-Fi Girl. And hello, Elden Ring. Oh, so maybe the teacher will bump the grades up a bit. They're like, man, all you guys suck. All y'all are trash. You're so trash that I'm giving you guys all A's. God damn it. I'm not looking bad in front of the teacher's lounge. Some bullshit like that. Oh my god, that is bright. Come on. Alright, here it comes. Here comes the drums every single time. This game. It's just this game. It's fantastic. Limits of guarding. After attacks with certain affinities such as fire or lightning, very, very frightening. Where the fuck was I? Was I in some catacombs? Oh yeah, okay, yeah, there's all this land where I have not found a single bonfire. That's right. Right. So we were just about to explore this very annoying landscape, I think. Alright, we get Scarlet Rot here. That's always fun. Alright. Whew. But have you been, Snake? What have you been up to as well? Whoa, am I gonna get Scarlet Rot from just standing? Mother bitch! How the fuck? Secret wall! No? Oh wait, that was a secret wall. Oh, what the fuck? I found a secret wall! And I'm dead. Wait, my souls! Oh my god. But did I find a secret wall? I did, I think.
Nani?
Dork. No you. Oh no, you can't just know you me because I said all these in advance.
Nye. Y'all are dorks. How about that? How about if I call you all dorks at once? Nye. It's like nay. I have the Scarlet Rot, mother bitch. Yeah, Scarlet Rot hurts. Yeah, it's like nay. Wow. Oh, what the fuck? Well, the good thing is I found it. The bad thing is I'm almost dead. What the fuck is this shit? Found a boss. Should be sleeping, but yet here I am. Almost dead. I can fix that for you. Death count 406. You are dead. You are dork. How are you, friend? Yes, how are you, friend? I hope you get some sleep soon. What the fuck? Come on, Mr. Shade. He does so much damage. But I do more damage, motherfucker! He dodged. Ah, but I have a mana pot. Oh, it's over for your ass. Whoops. Company work trip tomorrow, and I am not the driver. Ooh. There goes a mana pot. Well, I didn't need it anyways. That was just a trick. That was a masterful mind trick I was playing. Masterful mind trick. Masterful. And no one can compare it to the skills that I just presented there. So what's the company work trip for tomorrow, though? What are you guys up to? What are y'all up to? Ah, yes, the ocean looks quite intriguing. Mother bitch. I don't know why I walked that way. I am a dummy. I am a dummy. Falls to death that is so Hitsu? What do you mean that's so Hitsu? I was just admiring the pretty ocean before I fell into it myself. Pardon? This is my first time I actually had to sit down and watch this? Yes. Well, hopefully it's a fun event. Oh. No cause for concern. Awoo! 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 Ha 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 ha! But did I touch the bonfire, motherfucker? I did! They never would have saw it coming. Yeah, back off. I'm not here for the gameplay. I'm here for your suffer? What does that mean? Why would you be here for my suffer? What have I done to deserve it? apartment is this? Alright, I'm gonna get lost again. Since that's the theme of today. Let's get lost again. Whee! Just being a dork deserves just being a dork deserves me suffering. You're the dork. You're the absolute dork. And as we know, I am now lost yet again. Fantastic. Oh. I'm waiting for the 420. Did I do something? I hear Halo music? No, it's not Halo music. It's just, you know, old people feeling very Elden and ringy. I have the ability to cut through walls, loser. Haha! It does sound how it has a Halo vibe. You're not wrong. How are you, by the way, 074? My fellow Halo compatriot. Okay, no horses here. I can't make that jump. Don't really want to deal with the big dogs with the swords in their mouths. Contrary to what people believe. Huh. I'm doing great, man. How's Elden Ring? Oh, I love it. This game is fun. It makes you want to stream, which I am in fact streaming. So like it's good progress. How the fuck? Man, why must I always be so tired every single time I stream though? Why can't I just be full of energy? Oh, how the times have changed. I probably need like proper rest. Not like just sleep for 8 hours, but like the ability to just get good rest. Because I probably have restless nights. That's probably what's going on here. But it's a great game though. I fucking love it. I am having way too much fun with it. This looks like a boss fight area. Hello.
Thought I might find you here.
Yeah, it's me.
I was a little worried. We missed our meeting. But it looks like you're still in one piece, eh? You must have heard by now, right? That Starscourge Radahn holds Rani's fate in stasis. But once he's out of the way, it'll spring back into motion. So now, we stand against the demigod once known as the strongest of them all. The way ahead is pleasingly simple. We fight, sword and fang. Into the fray together, eh?
Let's see what you're made of, he says. Very polite bow. Thank you.
Champions! Ah, you came. How delightful.
It's me.
Indeed, I thought I might find you here. By the by, do you know for whom this festival is being held?
Hello, Min.
Well, it is none other than General Radahn himself.
Are you the Min I know?
To think, I could face a
One piece, more like 409 pieces.
demigod in the flesh. Oh, God. In truth, I quiver at the thought. Such is his frightful repute. But the fear...
My character looks as tired as I am.
Be sure to get a good vantage, my friend. I, Iron Fist Alexander, do hereby vow to unflinchingly brave this ordeal. Be sure to get a good vantage, my...
Alright, so, honestly... Okay, this is my map. There's like this entire section I haven't done. I feel like I'm missing parts of this section right here. And... I don't know. I'm lost. I'm lost as fuck. Alright. Bet. Hello, Min. Who the fuck are you?
Are you good and prepared, young chum?
Yes.
Begins.
Yes. Oh.
Before we begin, allow me to paint you
Oh.
the full picture.
Okay. Cutscene time.
General Radahn is cursed ever to wander. Eaten from the inside by Melania's scarlet rot, his wits are long gone.
Oh, so he got the Scarlet Rot. He's not dead, he just lost his mind.
Now he gathers the corpses of former friends and foes alike, gorging on them like a dog.
That reminds me of the
Howling at the sky.
Hidan, that scythe thing I just saw on the ground.
But now, we must make merry.
Oh,
Okay.
gathering of champions! The revels begin! The celebration of war! The
What?
Radahn Festival!
Heartening cry, yeah! Am I supposed to go back? Or forward? So, what I gather from that, the Scarlet Rot, which apparently might be prevalent in this land, is the key factor in making people lose their absolute fucking minds. Even if they were great people, they lost their minds, and it's kind of very pitiful. Or something like that. Because of this Melina person. But wasn't she a hero as well? First off, plump? Is there a plump here? I'm not falling for that. You can't best me, sir. Okie dokie. Smithing stone 6. I mean, can I open this door? Likely magic. I must not be going the way I'm supposed to be going, because the music stopped. Right? Yeah. So, this festival thing, whatever the fuck they're talking about, is up here. And I do actually have to go to that door. Wait. Nani? Can I not do anything? I can't R1, L1 right now. Wait, I think I fucked my shit up. If I go in here and my shit's scuffed, oh my god, I think I fucked my shit up. Wait, what? What festival are you talking about? Dude!
Into the fray together.
You will find the field of battle past the church. General Radahn is like...
Oh, so I was supposed to go down. Lol. I think I fucked up my L1, L2 buttons though. And my R1 as well, I think. We'll see. When we get back down here, we'll see. Do I have to restart the game? I thought they fixed it. Oh no. We're good. It was just that specific spot. Alright, so I have 7,000 souls. I made this functional. Equipment, inventory, golden runes. I'm not sure how much this will give me. I don't have enough to level up, I don't think. What is this? Where does this take me? Oh! Just fuck it, we'll go right in, huh? Motherfucker. God damn it. I didn't mean to do anything! That was a one shot. Alright, I'm gonna try this. Let me see on the other side of this sea. Can I just climb over? How the fuck do they have the damn things? How do people put shit on there? What? I actually have to TP over. Okay. But, how? What? You're telling me someone's hacking? Oh, I just lost all those runes. Is there like a pathway you can take? Oh, you fuckers! How do you do that? Well. Wait, how do they do that? How do the players do that? Or maybe the oceans dry up later on and I can cross or something. I don't know. Well, either way. Motherfucker, curves! He curved the damn bullet! What the fuck? Didn't realize I was playing Wanted. Alright. Let's see this big guy. Motherfucker. No! Why'd I put that shit on, dude? Wrong fucking item. Well, I got close. He could be annoying. I see where this is going. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. That hit me, motherfucker! Mistimed my roll there. Mistimed my roll there. So it's basically play. He plays keep out until I get close, and then when I'm close, it's time to fuck. Not very optimal moving or pathing on my end. Alright. After I'm dead, he runs at me. Dude, how does he see me instantly? That's so rude. So rude, dude. So rude. I mean, it's a good thing I don't have my souls, because getting souls in this place right now, I feel like could be very, not fun. Motherfucker. Okay. If this guy has phases, we're gonna find out real quick. I mean, I guess I said I was ready for the festival. That was kind of on me. So, to the festival it is. Fucked that up, didn't I? Oh! He just runs at me and why does he look so stupid? It's such a stupid looking boss. Oh, it's a stupid looking boss, but it's fucking one-shotting my ass. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Oh, I didn't get off fast enough. My bad. The fuck? Oh, there's a tree here. There's a lot of summoning signs I've noticed on the battlefield. I wonder if it's those guys. The guys that we saw earlier. Already, chum! Like those guys. If I take the far route, surely he doesn't hit. We got a hit. That's progress. I got one hit. Oh my god, he's fucking tanky as well. I'm fucked. He also has a move that I am potentially concerned about. It looked like an AoE damage move. Actually, yeah, just fuck go in a straight line. I totally mistimed that. Look at this dude. Dude is cracked. Fucking holy shit, he looks so angry. His face is filled with so much rage. Who the fuck made him mad? I guess Melina. But the fucking horse is so troll. Alright, I'm gonna try running right at him. Woo. What? We got another hit off. We got another hit off. Ah, jeez. Oh, did not mean to do that. I see what you mean now. Good fucking luck. I see now. I can't jump off on the last second there. I should go sleep now. Hi, enjoy your sleep, Crest. It's 4:20 finally. It is 4:20. 420 scripted deaths. So I can still actually TP out if I wanted to. What's funny about 420? Did you get lit as fuck? I'm wondering if I have to fight him on my horse. But if I fight him on my horse, how the fuck am I gonna dodge his shit? He has some very fucking wacky moves up close. I feel like I have to get off my horse to dodge. I can't time his arrow when I'm up close. I was packing my stuff. I just came back here to say I was going to sleep, and it turned 4:20 as I was typing. Well, that's just how we know. That's not a horse move. You don't hop on your horse for this guy. I mean, you do hop on the horse for this guy. It's just you don't hop on the horse in other circumstances. Ooh, true, actually. Hold up. Maybe that could work. One, two, three, 4, 5. Dude, this guy fucks. I can see why he has so many fucking corpse that he eats. Holy shit. Holy shit. It's like I'm playing against Gilgamesh right now. As Iskandar. Well. That might be. To be honest. But yeah, I feel like Alexander the Great versus Gilgamesh right now. Fucking arrows and spears and all kinds of different crazy shenanigans. I'm just trying to make my way through. We did more damage! Let's fucking go! But we did do more damage. I'm wondering... I would feel bad if this is the case. I'm wondering if I have to focus the horse. Maybe I have to focus the horse? But I would definitely feel bad if that was the case. Dude, I have like no room to breathe against this guy. Ow. Ow, motherfucker. Oh, my shit broke. Damn. I wonder how a magician would fight this boss. And I wonder if I stagger him, does he get off the horse? It's kind of what I'm trying with the swords right now. Oh, you fucker. Status death. When your death gauge is full. I mean, well, this will probably be the boss. I feel like at this point, this might be the boss that we end up fighting for the next 3 hours. It's feeling like it. It's feeling like it. No idea if magic works against him or not, but it is what it is. I almost did not dodge that, to be honest with you. Oh my god! I have an idea. I has an idea. I can swing on him until he switches to his swords. Then I have to focus on dodging. So, if that's the case, I have an idea. If that's the case, I have an idea. Let's go. One, two, three, four, five, six. One, two, three, four. It's just when he has this one attack that when he hits the ground, it does like an AoE splash damage. And I'm worried that will hit me. I don't know if it would kill me though. But it's a lot of moves that will one-shot me anyways. So I wouldn't be surprised if it did. See you at work? Yeah, you take care. Enjoy your day. Alright. We took a little bit slower that time. Mother bitch! What? Oh, very gimmick. Very gimmick. Many gimmick. Many gimmick. forgot what this one does for me. Okay. Went through that. Ah! Got my pathing that made me dodge the one thing. I remember the pathing. There has to be a way. Once I get close, could I parry him? What if he's like a parryable boss? He could be. He could be. Like, in all honesty, he has the moves for it. Mother bitch! He hurts. I'm coughing. So, how do I beat him? Like, I probably need to break his stance at some point. Can I parry him? I don't know if I can parry him or not. But I feel like this specific boss, I might have to unironically summon NPCs because I think that might be part of the game design of this boss. It's kind of like, oh, we're gathering together to take down this god, this beastly thing. So I'm going to summon random people and see how it goes. All these guys are summoned. But with summoning them too easy, though? I feel like summoning them might be too easy. I can't really tell like how summoning would work against this boss. If I summon, I feel like it'd be way too easy. It's not daytime anymore or nighttime anymore. It's very hard to tell. to be honest. Surely, surely, surely I'm not crazy. If this guy has other faces that are more fucky wucky than like this first face, it's over. Like, it's definitely a summoning boss. Which makes for a nice mechanic, to be fair. Oh, don't know I got on the horse that late. Oops. The way he comes on the... I still can't get over how he like walks towards us with the horse. It's so fucking stupid, but it's so wholesome. Whoever designed this boss, you deserve a raise. Motherfucker. This could be fun though. A version where everyone just runs around for all these summoned NPCs. But this is a first for me if this is the case. I've never summoned people before. For a blind playthrough, I should say. Motherfucker. Dude, he's so tanky. He's so tanky. Oh. Dang, his poor horse. His poor horse, right? It's such a funny looking boss, but this is a tough boss. I see it very, very clearly. This is very tough. How are you doing, by the way, Ishurna? It's been a long time. I hope life has been treating you very well. No! I don't know what I was thinking. I spaced out. I forgot about this. Long time no see, Haas. Haas's bosses. How have you been? I'll take the blame for the distraction. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. This boss in general kicks ass. He kicks a lot of ass. It's kind of unfortunate though. I think he used to be a good guy, and then he went crazy because of the Scarlet Rot, whatever it's called. Okay. Alright. I have been good. Long time no chat. What have you been up to? Wife is treating you well? Out. Alright, run towards him. Gotti does that. Gotti does that. That's on me. That's on me. These guys are going to town on him. I mean, I guess they don't do that much damage. So it's not like they'll carry. It's just, it's fun. But I'm glad you're doing good though. It's been a bit rough lately, not gonna lie, but trying to get back into a routine. Life isn't kind to you, I hope. I'm kind of in the same boat. Life has been rough for me. I'm trying to get back into a routine. And ever since COVID, I have this stupid lingering cough. I got COVID like in New Year's, and it's March now, and I still have this cough, which is very, very fucking lame. But I'm glad we're all trying. We're all trying. That's good. All right, this time surely. Ooh, dodge that. Was not paying attention for a second there. That hit me. That's not good. Alright, run at him, run at him, run at him. Whoa! Okay. Okay. That was, I guess, on me, but he did something I did not expect there. He pulled out a sword so fast. I thought he was gonna do like that final like shot, like I'm gonna try to shoot you up close range, and he always misses because it's up close range. So maybe he like learned his lesson. Oh, did I fuck up my controller? I can swing, right? I can block. Yep. All good. This game looks so sick, but so hard. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I feel. I'm also making it intentionally harder for myself because I'm kind of an idiot. You know how I be. Just how I am, I guess. Oh, I didn't. I panicked. Well, if you notice, my HP bar up there, it's really not that big. My stamina bar, it's bigger than my HP bar. Most people have their HP bar like twice as big as their stamina bar, which honestly sounds very smart. And I also have this debuff on me right now that does something. I don't know what it does exactly. I get it for hugging this. Here, maybe I can go there real quick. Yeah, might as well, actually. We can upgrade our weapons and all that stuff. Yeah, don't need HP if you don't get hit. I'll show you where the debuff comes. What the fuck? What happened to this place? What the fuck? Who are you? What happened here? Wait, what happened here? Oh, they're here. They're chilling here. That was just a random attack. Okay. We're good. It's not like everyone died. I would have felt very bad if everyone died. Okay, let me find the person I was trying to talk about. Oh, it's this guy. What the fuck? Don't need HP. I want to see what this armor looks like. We have the Burger King helmet, as you guys can see. I want to see what the... What?
Well, I see you found it wonderful. Make the journey to the capital. Lend the two fingers will do. You may be our best for we.
Okay. I wanted to find the one person. What's this? Oh, hello. Who are you?
Have you ever felt the curse? Your whole being,
Wait, who the fuck are you?
the pox upon life itself. Feared,
The fuck is this place?
despised by all. The reviled blessing.
Wait, he has a sun on his chest. Is that Sunbro?
Apparently not. You are but a lamb.
Or our version of Sunbro, maybe?
Stranger to defilement. Ignorant of your own ignorance.
Sorry.
You no longer interest me.
I'm trying to find the waifu.
Please. Don't spoil my quietude. I asked you, be thankful of that. It is all that keeps your debt. I asked you, be thankful of it is all that keeps.
Okay, you can see when I'm rocking around, there's like that yellow circle on my, like, down here somewhere. That's the debuff on me, I'm pretty sure. But we get it from hugging a specific NPC somewhere. Over here.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you once more?
Yes.
The blessing is still aflame in your breast, dear. Would you like to be held? Regardless.
She calls it a blessing, but it's not a blessing.
Now, come closer.
It's a debuff. I don't know what the debuff does, but it's a debuff. But it's a very wholesome, like, she just hugs you. She holds you.
You
Like-
are so very warm.
Yeah, it's like a real hug. May I ask a favor?
Ask something of you.
What?
Could you please find the owner of this dagger and return it to them? A certain person gave it to me as a gift. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart.
Okay.
So I would like for the original owner to have it back, if you wouldn't mind.
That was not a thing that happened last time.
I'd like you to find the. It's a very.
Okay.
Then good day to you, my dear.
Yeah, it's like a proper hug. We can't pet dogs or turtles in this game, but we can hug someone, I guess. There's no way I'm gonna get rid of the hugging debuff. Like, that would just be rude. That would just be rude. I don't have enough smithing stones. Can I buy them from you?
The girl. Are you out of your mind? Who'd stay with an ugly brute who only knows how to smith? Absurd. Besides, she'd never agree to it. I refuse to believe it. I don't doubt you, but I know when something's too good to be true.
What does this do? Damn, I can't, like, test it. Okay. I do want to upgrade my weapon, but I don't know how. Whoop, phone call. Hitting that lurk. Hi, enjoy your lurk. Maybe if I go here. Can buy the thingies. Yeah. Deep hug. Deep hug. There's no way I'm going to get rid of them to an awkward length. Yeah. Very awkward length of a hug.
Well, as war counselor,
Let's buy these. How do I buy regular smithing stones? I'm pretty sure I'm currently kind of cock blocked from upgrading. Let me see. I check my smithing stones so I can see what I have. Find my smithing stone section. Radon spear. Is that the dude I'm fighting? So he does the spear. The dude has a spear. It's not just like random bullshit. Like he actually has a spear. Kind of interesting. Is this where I would see my smithing stones? No. Offers a twin maiden husk for new item access. Oh. Wait. Sorry. There's all this stuff I'm supposed to like give to random people that I just haven't done it yet because I'm always lost. Great. Used to perfect rebirth. Golden seed. Yeah, I have smithing stone 1, smithing stone 2. I have 3 of these, and I have 4 of these. I need more of this 3. Or I have 16 of these 4s. Yeah, I need to get more, basically. 3s, but I don't know where to get 3s. That's my situation right now. I don't know where to get 3s. Where's my water? Empty. It wasn't empty earlier. What happened? Whoops. Alright. I'll get some water soon.
I'm off in search of a noble scholar. We may not meet again for some time. If there's any incant...
There's nothing that you could teach me, fool. Wait, or what are these?
May the go to killing those is a path, no. Go to Garank only if you feel that killing those who live is a path, not to.
Is this yours?
How did you get your hands on that dagger? Well, that hardly matters. I know very well whose dagger it is. Why don't I return it to them for you? Good work bringing this to me.
I brought it to the wrong person! I brought it to the wrong fucking person! Oh shit, I fucked up! Abort! Abort! Oh no! Ah, fuck. If I come back and something happens to her.
I am pleased. Would you like me? The blessing is. Would you like to be held? Now.
Okay. Let her hold me. Let me see if I can talk to her. I feel like I fucked up. I feel like I fucked up.
Then good day to you.
She doesn't even want to talk to me. She has nothing to talk to me about. Oh no. Oh no. Did I just doom you? I feel like I just doomed her. I think I just doomed her. I gave the dagger to the wrong person. Who the hell are you?
Thank you very much. I have you to thank, don't I? For persuading Master Hugh. I can happily announce that he has taught me the noble toil of spirit tuning. I'm as yet unsure of what I might be able to accomplish, but if I might be able
Wait, was this the Little Red Riding Hood?
I'd certainly like
Why would you fuck up? I fucked up.
If there's any chance to ease the suffering of my dear men who were grafted, well, I certainly must try. Roderica, the Spirit Tune Apprentice. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Oh, she makes these things stronger. Oh, that's kind of cool.
I need to warn you about a little while ago, someone started lurking in the wing on the opposite side of the round table. And I can hear, from all the way over there, the howling and wailing of spirits in fear of a curse. I can even hear the repulsive twisted malice in itself. A plethora of spirits in an unceasing cacophony. I can't even imagine. How much suffering inflicted to who knows how many souls. Not even the grafting caused anything like this to happen. You should keep your distance. I know you're strong, but please. I'd like to ask you a small favor.
Holy shit, what a warning.
One along with you. They can't be summoned here, but the spirits look rather fondly upon you. It'll be glad of your company, I think, the little un.
Okay. Suppose. Wasn't that the most foreboding warning I've ever heard?
You for dinner, Matt. Lay out your arms then.
I spoke with the girl.
She has it, so I told her everything I know. I'm indebted to a spirit tuner I met long ago. It was all I could do to honor her. I'm sorry I doubted you.
No, you're good. Don't stress, man. Fucking A. No, I didn't need anything else. I'm gonna do something bad. Very bad. I was gonna give these girls that. I don't know what it does specifically. I can buy somber smithing stones here, but I can't buy regular smithing stones, which are actually what I want. So, kind of a predicament. Hey Cole, how are you?
I asked you, be thankful it is all that keeps you.
It's so strange that the guy's red.
Journey to the
What's up, Cole? Alright, I'm gonna ask about Radon.
Radon, the famed Red Lion and Scourge of the Stars, is a ferocious warrior. He fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds to Limgrave's east. And by my reckoning, Radon remains there, even now.
He does.
Though, I doubt he much will.
Alright. Yeah, he does. I'm alright. Oh, I'm glad you're alright. I need to figure out how to get these smithing stones. But a big deal. I just need to hydrate more. Speaking of hydrate more, I just promised Neo I would actually go get some water. So I'm gonna go do that real quick. And I'm probably gonna search where to find some smithing stones that are level 3. Make with the wet. Oh, sorry. Showing skin. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. I was just stretching. BRB. Ura. 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 Oh shit. Hello. You didn't sub, did you? Wait, did you sub? You did sub. You guys are literally talking about it in chat. How can I not see it? You cheeky bastards. You guys are literally talking about it in chat. There's a little thing right here that tells me when things happen later on in the... Anyways. Yeah. Gotcha. Hold up. I can't do it yet, but you guys deserve this. Webcam. And... which one was it? Hold up. No, not this one, but... not that one. It's not that one. Where the fuck is it? Did I not put it in yet? I was gonna do the... Omae no inochi wa mou owatta. That one. Nope. 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 Honestly, I don't know where it is. This is me right now. Literally. I haven't set up that yet, so it doesn't do all the fun effects. Haven't set that up yet. Well, I can't find it. I can't find it. I was gonna do the Omae no inochi wa mou owatta. That one. I was gonna do that one, but I couldn't find it. Ooh, woo! There's a lot of cuties around here. Oh fuck! Actually, I think this one that used to affect this. You deserve this one. You deserve that one. Yeah, that's for you, Strom. How dare you redeem the lewd? NANI? 3 months? Why'd you give 3 months? That's such a randomly specific number. Thank you, by the way, Cole, for the sub earlier. Sneaky sub, even though it wasn't really sneaky at all, you nerd. And thank you, Neo, for gifting a sub to Strom. It's a quarter of a year. Yeah, that's so random. Oh, I was gonna look. It's mostly joke sneaky. Yeah. Yeah, joke sneaky. Yeah, dorks. Smithing Stone 3, Elden Ring. Players can gain access to items from Toon at the round when offering a Smithing Stone Minor Bell. Okay, how do I find this? Bro, what? It's inside a sealed tunnel. An Atlas Plateaus, okay. To the Atlas Plateaus, wherever that is. Surely it's somewhere I've been before. Or not. Atlas Persona because Leo commands it? Why? I never stream. Why are you shouting me out? Get shouted out anyways. Suffer. Suffer for even thinking about using a Prime sub on me. The audacity. You know, that Prime sub, you could have bought 2 chocolate bars. 2 chocolate bars with that Prime sub. Not really, because it's a Prime sub. I just had to leave you open while I go AFK and do some cleaning and cooking. Hi. Enjoy your cleaning and cooking. If you make anything, please share with us. Like what you made. Because I'm about to start my diet soon. And let's just say I'm very, very dummy. Very dummy. Down at the south of the lake, right next to the west gate to Lindell Royal Capital. The fuck is Lindell Royal Capital supposed to be? Like, I don't know where I'm at. Bro, what? Hold up. I just want to be able to buy this item. Wherever the fuck it is. Holy shit. Is this a comprehensive map? Holy fuck. Alright, I'm gonna open my map again. So, Lindell is somewhere in here. And instead, I'm somewhere right here. Got it. If it's picture worthy, I will. Yes, please. Especially if it's picture worthy. So, I just haven't been there. Which makes sense why I'm not following the normal progression. Because I'm a fucking weirdo. Okay, where can I farm Smithing Stone 3 then? I think this area is where I actually get Smithing Stone 3s. I just haven't... Alright, so we're gonna go back to this area instead. No, I did not beat him. I just wanted to upgrade my weapon, and I realized I went the wrong way. No, that's not a type. I typed 37th on purpose. We're scheduled 3 podcasts for Dio. Your guest starting on the podcast March 37th. I like it. I don't get my pathing. Why is my brain so smooth? I'm so smoothed brain. Where the fuck is this? Oh shit. Yeah, fuck you guys. Warming stone? Don't know what that is. Fan daggers. What the hell is that? Atlas bloom. Okay, so are those bosses? Bitch, what? I just want like 3 smithing stones, dude. Because it doesn't exist? Yeah. I kind of figured. Oh, what the fuck? It's not acting as... They're just regular NPCs? Okay. In between your legs, bitch! I can't buy it yet. I don't know where to buy it. I can take him? You sure? You tell me they drop smithing stone 3s right now and I will murk him. Alright, say less. You got this, horsey. You got this, Kaze. It's just the beginning. I was at the round table. No one was gonna sell it to me. I didn't see anyone selling it to me. I saw someone selling me like smithing stone 2s. Wait, I'm at the Atlas Plateau. This is the Atlas Plateau. Is it not? Nani? Wait, does me using that skill take my HP? Did I die using the plateau? Oh, fuck. Does it actually? Mother bitch. That's not cool. Fuck you. I'm grabbing your feet first. I want to pay attention to my HP. I did not see it. I'm not used to that attack yet. Bloody slash. I got the upgrade because people are always like, bloody slash with katanas are fucking crazy. So I wanted to try it. I mean, it's fast, I guess. I'm not sure if it's the same stagger as the unsheath. Oh, I do lose HP. I see it now. You can't hit what you can't see, bitch! Okay, you're kind of extra. Oh, what the fuck? You have an attack like that? Can you walk faster? So we're gonna avoid your crazy arrow friend. Motherfucker. I don't know who's worse. Who's worse of these two? Probably this guy. It's easier. No smithing stone yet for that guy. Like a stabby thingy I can stab somewhere? Oh, you dick! Okay, I see it now. I don't want to be that guy, but did he just step back into me and I die from that? He just like booped me at the back of his foot for a second there. And I was like, you know what? That's when I decide I don't live anymore. Did that just happen? Oh, they're both alive again. Motherfuckers. Okay. Oh, yeah, baby! What? What'd you hit? The fuck did he hit? I mean, he hit me. What the fuck? This was a boss that we fought earlier in the game, actually. Yeah, he hit me. But with what? That's what I wanted to know. It'd be very nice if I could actually fucking target your body, bro? What the fuck was that shit? Whoa! Fire hurts! Oh, you fucker. Vanguard! He gives me smithing stone 5s! I need smithing stone 3s! I don't know why I thought I could stagger him. I thought he seemed weaker. I thought he seemed weaker, so I was like, oh, I'll stagger him. No big deal. Sorry. Ankles? No. Yeah, he got me. I mean, HP-wise, he is weaker. Technically. Bitch. See? Technically, he weaker. Technically. What do you drop? Great arrow. Bitch. Dude was not having it. Dude is not happening. He's like, this fucking fly. How dare you even try to attack me? I just want to kill both at the same time. Okay, I'm just gonna keep trying until I kill both at the same time. Dude, I don't even know why these guys respawn. Like, the fuck are they guarding? Touché. Come on by, sir. You're very slow, though. I don't want to aggro two at once. Fuck. Yeah, literally. God damn it. Alright, I want to try something. It worked! Oh, bitch. Oh, bitch. Oh, bitch. Oh, bitch. Oh, bitch. That hurt. Very annoying, sir. Honestly, can you just run at me? Do that one move where you run at me, dude. Like, that'd be so fucking nice. Just run over here. I'm not even in range. You're a big giant knight. Surely you know your range. Now he does it. Thank you. Coming by. That's right. That's right. That's right. Ugh. What? Just stay dead. Ah, bless. Got your stupid ass. I got a golem great bow. Nice. Alright, what was the point of all this? The grand lift of Daedus? I don't feel very grand or lifted. I mean, shit, we got it, I guess. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And the good thing is, we killed those two guys, but I know we're in that area we're supposed to be, where we find the secret thingy, which lets us go get this one thingy, which lets us get the level 3 and 4 thingy for our weapon. And then I can upgrade my weapon like crazy and be happy. But here's the catch. What then? Can I level up soon, actually? I think I can. Ah. Mother bitch! Took down 2 giant golems. Got felled by a random dude with a club. Fan-fucking-tastic. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna pull up the ring. Or not the ring, the map. The sealed tunnel. Well, I knew where the fuck I was. Okay, what is this bonfire? It's called the Atlas Plateau. Right? Where is that? On here. Jesus. Okay. Sites of Grace. Atlas. What? Oh, it's Altus. It's not Atlas. I'm silly. Okay, so that's where that is. I'm literally looking at a map trying to figure this out. Okay, so that's where that is. How do I find the secret tunnel? Mm-hmm. What? So much work just to find this. Smithing Stone 3. Okay, we're making progress. I swear. Miner's Bell Bearing, which can be found in the chest at the first secret area inside the secret tunnel. Or the sealed tunnel. Sealed tunnel. Okay. It's not secret tunnel. Sealed tunnel. Sealed tunnel. Search. What? Okay, that's where the sealed tunnel is. Okay, and where is the alt list? Toe. Okay. So I need to go in that direction. Got it. Yeah, I was calling it the secret tunnel. It's called the sealed tunnel. Pick this up. And I have to go this way, towards some sort of sealed tunnel. Oh, don't be... He's being silly. He's trying to chase me down. Ah, whatever. Don't need it. You motherfucker. I don't kill him once, and he goes crazy. The absolute audacity of this giant stone golem. God fucking damn it. Alright, I see you now. Yeah, bitch. Still in combat with who? Beast blood. So we went through there. That's Alice Plateau. I'm supposed to keep going. There should be like some bridge. I'm supposed to technically cross this bridge. But once I cross the bridge, there should be a tunnel on the right side somewhere. Or maybe it wasn't a bridge. Maybe it's just like an entrance to this giant fucking thing over here. What the hell is that? Am I gonna get fucking tempted by something and die? Yep. It's this motherfucker. Found him. I remember you. You bitch. I do indeed. Remember you. Statue of something. Forgot what it's called. And I just clicked on it and I forgot what it's called already. Mama Magica. Magica. Am I lagging? Am I just loading permanently? Yeah. Yeah, I am. Fuck! My game crashed. What the hell? They were like, yeah, you're not entering, bro. Dick. Oh, is it inside the fucking walls? It's inside the walls of this thing. I mean, I suppose we can just ignore the boss. I didn't mean to quit the game. It wasn't intentional. Game out here making me look like I'm a bad player. I was loading and it crashed. That's on you guys. Why couldn't I get some souls? You motherfucker! I was spamming the damn button! God damn it! Alright, we're gonna kill this guy. I'm sick of it. So I have to kill the one dude, and then it's game on. Got it. You motherfucker. Wait! Where's your squishy face, bro? Does he not have a squishy face anymore? You're kidding me. No. I'm not trolling. But it's not as obvious? Okay. Yeah, he does summon other shit. I have to kill him. In my mind, I have to kill him. But, in his mind, I have to kill both of these little fucks. Got it. Yeah, he took care of that for me. Didn't think he would, but he did. Bitch. I definitely rolled there. I know I rolled there. I know I did. It just... I guess I got stuck on his giant body until I died. That's fair. Why not? I guess, right? Alright, fucker. I just got out of the fucking animation, you bitch! Just got out of that goddamn animation! Clearly the backstab doesn't work either. Okay. Okay, you fucker. Nope. You throw rocks now with your fucking tail too? You know, Blood Slash, I'm sure is very good. I just don't have the HP to be losing my fucking HP. Oh my dicks. I cannot deal with this man right now. Not until I change my weapon class, I think. That guy fucking mining. They are mining. What are you mining? Gravity stone chunk. Gravity stone chunk. What? Why is it not smithing stone 3s? You dicks! Oh, we already know he is. We already know he is. The only good thing about him this time is that we don't have to deal with the long walkway. So I mean, I'll come back for him when I explore this area properly. But right now, my goal is to get inside this damn building. Why, hello there! There's 2 of you motherfuckers? Fuck you! No! You're absolute assholes! Leave me alone! They left me alone. You know what? Thank you for listening to me. I was not anticipating that, but I do appreciate the fact that they listened and left me alone. So fuck it. Alright. Go far right. And we're gonna look for this sealed tunnel. It's sealed. So we gotta look for any tunnel that looks suspiciously sealed. If I can upgrade my weapons. Sorry. That's me slashing America's future. We have how many scripted deaths in this game so far? That's a lot. I got my item. I think I'm the real winner that time. Yeah, everything's starting to completely one-shot me. It's about to become a one-shot Andy. I'm a one-shot Andy now. When did that term even start? Who started that? Something something Andy. Last time I saw these guys, I also came across a giant boss. Missionary's Cookbook. This ain't no sealed tunnel, though. Golden Centipede. React Andy, I think. Ah. Not enough. I missed it. I did miss it. Golden Order Seal. Order Seal. Waha. Dude, that's a tree growing out of him. These lands are cursed. Everything is a curse with this guy. That box is cursed. Where the fuck is a sealed tunnel? If I was a tunnel and I was sealed, where would I be hiding? You look kind of sealed. Smoldering butterfly. I'm looking for a sealed tunnel. Maybe it's down. Maybe the direction I'm looking for is down, not up. Yeah, surely that's deaf, so... I'm looking for a sealed tunnel in Atlas, or Altus. That might be the one I'm looking for, so I'm going to the ravine right now. I'm gonna go ahead and see if there's anything potentially sealy about this portion of the game down here. You know, I'll choose the steak of Magicra, Makrika. Whoever said gravity is awesome is wrong. Wait, the fact that there's something that the fact that it was that close though is kind of concerning. Doesn't it mean there's a boss, another boss, like right here somewhere? Get bossed up, bro. Oh, he went the other way. Bitch. Oh, okay. Nope, missed that. Motherfucker. I will pull out my bow and arrow. Don't make me. I can't time it. Can't time this attack. Nope, they ran by me. What? Okay. Motherfucker! You so fast? So gosh darn fast? I can't turn so fast, motherfucker! That's a rock! I need to like stand in this pathway or something. Alright. This right here is the most straightforward pathway he takes at any point during the game. Yep. Okay. Each ni san shi. Am I aiming too high? The motherfucker? Oh, don't mind me. I think I was aiming over its head that time. I had to aim lower. Alright. count from now to now. Bitch! That was definitely in front of you! My HP! I feel like I have no mana. Yeah. Walk into one of these bad boys now, you fucker. If you simply just walk into them, it's over for you. Yeah, I'm crouched now too. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, bitch. That was a lot more effective than I thought it was. A lot more effective than I thought it was. Isn't that scary? Alright, well we got that, at least. Now let's go find the sealed tunnel. A sealed tunnel, perhaps? It's not sealed right now. But can it be? Can it be? I don't know. Okay, what? How the fuck? I hear them. Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay, there are two pathways. I just got lost there. Okay, I'll push this now. I was lost. Okay, now we go find a chest in a secret area somewhere in this game. Alright, everyone here does fucking damage. Not a fan. Are you my chest? Yes! That's literally all I needed! You fox! I really do no damage to these guys. I heard magic for a second, and I got scared. But there's no reason I should be scared. Poison stone. Alright. There's no hidden walls or anything, is there? I don't know. But I got what the fuck I wanted, so I'm out. I'm out of this bitch. I'm out of here, suckers. Bring it back. We got a bell. Is there a concerning lack of people in this vicinity right now? Where's the maiden? What? Where'd she go?
Greetings. Are you here for spirit? I can hear it from across the howling and way. You should keep your... I know you...
Well, I took you no matter, it's all to stay out your own.
I'll give it to you. Who the fuck did I give it to? No maidens? Like, actually, what the fuck? Where's my maiden? Maiden? Maiden. Assassin's Prayer Book? That sounds kind of badass, actually. Where the fuck is she, though? Where did everyone go? Twinned armor, twin gauntlets, twin greaves. Oh, it's you. And this other guy, that he's dead.
Finally, it is returned to its rightful place. The stolen hallowbrand of the exalted noble. And now, I must bid you goodbye as well.
I'm standing over here.
Though I ask you deliver this message to the Round Table Hold. I am Via, deathbed companion. Hark, Round Table. Disturb not the death of Godwyn, the exalted. We who humbly live in death, live in waiting. To one day welcome our Lord. What right does anyone have to object? Our Lord will rise. The Lord of the many and the meek.
Whoa! Dude, she murked you. I don't know what the fuck she did to you, but she murked the fuck out of you. No more hugs? But I did her a favor. That explains the surprising lack of people, though. Ah. Linear proper death. Okay. Yes! I can buy him now! I can only buy 2. Oh, because I have no souls. Ha ha ha. So silly. Is that all I needed? I need 6. Oh, smithing stones. Yeah, have 6. Surely I don't need more. Right. Oh yeah, you're the creepy finger lady. Not my vibe.
Back already, no matter.
Now he uses 4. I knew it. Okay. My katana getting that thick damage right now. Would have been easier if I didn't fucking die and lose 11,000 souls.
Back already, no matter.
I don't have enough souls, but I can actually keep leveling it up. Can I sell anything? What's something I don't need? I want to keep that. I mean, all these are fun. Let's get rid of some weak random swords. This pathetic. This is also pathetic. This was also pathetic. Strength and armament. I can upgrade one more time. I need. How much do I have? I need 900. 900. So let's sell some shit again. There's a lot of random weapons I will not be using. I'll try all the fun ones when I get a chance. But there's a lot of like random weak ones that I like have no reason using. This one, for example. Or the doubles. Don't really care about the Warhawk's Talon. Ivory Sickle. Maybe. I don't know. Honestly, I don't understand that. Arrows are nice. Shields, don't need random shields. I don't have enough, I don't think. I can wear glintstone scarabs as a head? What? That can't be right. Extra exile armor. Ugly ass armor. Yeah? Strength and armament one more time. And then I can upgrade it one more time, actually. But I'm just gonna save it for later. Because I don't have enough smithing stone to keep going. Now we go back to our attempts of dying to this dude. Okay, which way?
Champions! Welcome! The stars have aligned! The festival is not... Are you good at festival?
Ready as I'll ever be. More death.
Before we begin, allow me to paint you the full picture.
Yeah, I'm just gonna skip. Where do you know?
Oh, gather to cel...
Oh boy. I mean, it is nice that my thing does more damage now. But I still feel like my damage should be very negligible compared to the actual shenanigans I will actually be doing. But Like I said, I'm pretty sure this is a boss you're supposed to summon things in. But, I'm also still not very sure if that's the case or not. Also, because my shit has changed a little bit. My HP is no longer maximum, so I need to use consecutive attacks. That one. Yes. I don't know. I feel like this one's still more beneficial. Now, somebody's for non-MLG pros? No, I think this might be like a gimmick boss. I'll try to do it with no summoning. I fucked that up. Don't mind me. I fucked that up. Yeah. Yeah. He curves the fucking arrows in midair. It's kinda not nice. You know what? This is how we play now. That's I don't fuck up by accident. Yes. Remember how my my attack gets rid of my HP? I just fucking yeeted myself, dude. Okay. Sniper, no sniping! I do a lot more damage now. Granted, it's my blood slash, I think, is also doing a part of it. But, I think that blood stash is actually holding me back. Because I'm stuck in that animation for a while. Let me see, how fast can I roll out of it? I know I'm gonna die anyways, so let's just go. I have to do this one on horseback? Wait, you were able to do it on horseback? When you dodge on a horse, does it give you iframes? Asking for a friend. That was way too close. I feel like he's Scandor right now. Unmount / dismount? Wait, really? I do not know that. Alright, I'm kind of dumb. I was out here jiggling. Not jiggling. I was out here juggling with my shit and I got lost. Okay. Hold up. Out here jiggling. I mean, I am naked, I guess. What the fuck is that? What? Nani? Okay, maybe when he pulls out his swords, I get on my horse and I run the fuck away. And then when he slams in, I run back in. Okay. So he does have phases. That was, I guess, technically his second phase. So that was a lot earlier than I expected. I was expecting half HP. That motherfucker barely got hurt. And I did not stagger him. Maybe he can't be staggered. If he can't be staggered, that means he can't be parried. I think I have to be very particular with the way I dodge against this guy if I'm going to fight off my horse. I can't dodge away from his weapons. I have to dodge towards his weapons. That's what it seems like. I'm also trying to see if I can abuse a mechanic where I get him to, I guess, arrow me one more time. Because then I can actually get in there and do some damage. Was that a headshot? Did I get sniped? I think I got sniped. I think I actually got headshotted there. Motherfucker. That's the thing in this game, I forgot. Like, if an arrow hits your head, you will lose significantly more. Oh my god. Giant tree log into my face. Ah, my god. But you see what I mean, though? There's like a lot of like summoning spots. I can summon like multiple people. Like I can summon 3 people here. I can summon 2 people over there. See what I mean? Whoa! Kind of a dick move what you're doing right now, bro. The fuck do you want to do? This is technically, he's smashing the ground. So the swing, I have to roll. This is gonna take some learning. If someone was ever doing like a blood level or not blood level 4, like a non-level up all bosses thing, this is definitely gonna take some learning. Holy shit. Didn't mean to crouch there, but fuck it. I didn't roll? Whoops. Damn, he must be pissed off at God too. Sean, right into the skies. The gods of this Elden Lords. The gods of the Elden Lords. Said fuck you. Erd tree, probably. Whew. But at least every time I push him, I can say I did some damage. Motherfucker. I can imagine some spell, like, as soon as they enter the fucking, like, battlefield, they're standing, like, in the far end, and they're just shooting him with fucking magic. And I'm out here, like, running close to him, like I'm fucking Iskandar from Fate Zero, charging towards my death. Like, against Gilgamesh, because this dude just fucking shoots everything at me from fucking 10 miles away. And his noble phantasm, it's the giant string of spears falling out of the sky. It's not even arrows, they're motherfucking spears, bro. Look at this shit. They're motherfucking spears! Oh my god. What? That's new? don't know why I would assume he would start with the "I'm gonna suck you in" move, like he did that one time. I don't know why I assumed that. I just did. He didn't. He didn't use that move. Got it. Yeah, very. This is a huge fuck you boss right now. But I mean, that's twice now. We got him to 25%, I think. So he goes into a second phase at 25%. That means this motherfucker has a third phase. There's no way he doesn't have a third phase. He was turning that early. Oh my god. It's not a phase, Mom. Where was my iframe? I got baited. Probably don't get any iframes if you jump off. Grab it to like... No, that is how you dismount though. Is it like if you do it normally? Like a regular person? Instead of fucking... He hits you after the iframe? Oh my god. So it's like literally like no frames at all. It's even more precise than a dodge. You bitch! Oh no! The fucking bonk to the head is enough to kill you, motherfucker, dude. And then the rain of spears just like right on top of my head. I don't want my bow, but thank you. Oh, he shot the heavens again. It's so hard to dodge his shotgun arrow, I guess. His scatter arrow. That's literally a fucking scatter arrow when I think about it. So hard to dodge his fucking scatter arrow. On horseback. Oh. What? Did you change your motherfucking attack? What the fuck are you doing? Yo! You're being a total dick right now, man! What? Fuck you too! I'm out this bitch. I got scared, sorry. Okay, so I found a cheese for the early phase, I guess. So you're not gonna do it. There he is. There it is. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can only get a single hit in there. Hey, what's up, Antique? But I found a cheese. If I wanted to safely get to the second phase, I found a cheese. We found some cheese. We found some motherfucking cheese. That's so stupid. I mean, I blame him for fucking going all weird on me. Like, did anyone not see him shoot like 6 regular arrows at me? We both short-circuited. Jumped a bit too late. My magic swords or whatever do absolutely no fucking damage to this guy. No damage whatsoever. I'm just hoping it increases potential, because I haven't staggered him yet. I think he might be staggerable. Because he's on a horse. You gotta be staggerable on a horse. But I don't know for sure. It's all part of the plan. Exactly. This is all very intentional. Oh, fuck you. You changed your tactics on me, bitch! Oh, my shit isn't working, Antique. I'm sorry. Okay. The fucker was angry. I guess, Gam, I didn't have my money back in souls, please. But it's in the title. It's in the title. Somewhere, wherever the title is in stream. It's somewhere around there. Somewhere around there. You know, I can't read. I can't either, so I understand. Same. I'm blind. This is a zero death blind speedrun. Bazinga. Alright. full HP this and figure out how he plays this, because I really don't know how he plays this yet. That should be the same move, right? Oh! Motherfucker! Alright, that's a swing. Okay. If he does that move, the fuck do I do there? No cap. I'm not sure how viable being on the horse for the second phase is. Unless I can jump over that wave attack. Maybe I can jump over it? If I can jump over it. Oh, I didn't roll. Oh my god, I spaced out. He's going through his own spears, bro. Because if I can't jump over it, that's when he is open. And then as soon as I jump, maybe. Because I'm sprinting towards it and it's like, ah, haha! Or I try to jump over it and I get one shot anyways. That's also very possible. Also very, very possible. Yep. Oh, I didn't roll. Damn it. Maybe it's not 25% of his. Oh, that was like 20%. We got 20%. I think if we get 25%, he actually gets angry. He gets angry and then he pulls out the thunder blades. The thunder, not even thunder. It's like gravity. Gravity sucking bullshit. Alright, big guy. I did the exact same amount of damage as I did the last run, and I dodged incorrectly once again. The exact same thing I did. We got the damage in. We just gotta dodge and escape safely so we can do more damage. Oh my god. That was the exact same amount of damage. And it's not like we don't do damage. That was off of 2 hits. We do damage. We do damage now. Sheesh. A bit too slow there. Oh man. Oh wait, I can actually literally jump. Maybe I can literally jump on the horse while I'm running at him. When he does that like one ground move, maybe I can literally fucking jump. How crazy would that be? I just didn't dodge. I was not thinking. I'm figuring out more how to get there. Don't know why I jumped that way. But I'm trying to see if I can straight up just jump across. Oh. Hey, welcome back, Mel. And hello, Chi! Klaus Chi's back! Long time no see! Oh, that's absolute bullshit. And you fucking... Right in my head. Right in my head. He said, your head look mighty juicy. Your head look mighty juicy. I said, yeah, it does. Because clearly, I blocked that spear with my fucking face. Why did it do so much damage? I saw the real Hitsuga live. There's a fake one. Wait, what? Nani? Oh, what the fuck? You cheated! Do the other shit! Oh, you're angry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Woohoo! Okay. Ichi, ni. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm out so fast. I'm out so fast. He looks so fucking stupid on the horse. Oh my god. Sorry. Ichi, ni, san, shi, go! Okay. My thumbs were getting like sweaty, but not really, but I was losing my grip. So I started like fucking up super hardcore there. I didn't mean to jump off. Why the fuck did I jump off? I was trying to dodge. Why did I jump off though? I was trying to go back. Did I like click into it by accident? Okay. No, it's not even sweaty. What the fuck is that? Was that just fear? Was that fear that I felt? Was that the first time I felt fear in my life? Genuine adrenaline rushing fear? But if we're doing good, I'm doing alright. Yeah, the fake Hitsuga is Miss Suga? No. Sophia is Mr. Suga. Ah! I looked back and I remembered what I was doing, and I completely forgot the dude had fucking arrows. That's so lame. That's so lame. I'm debating how useful the damn thing is. But Chi, it is nice to see you again. I hope life has been treating you well. Mel, I hope your shit went well. Your chat has already gone by, and I didn't see what you said, but I hope shit went well for your shenanigans. You're hanging out with your friends later today, so hopefully that goes well too. Aha! On guard! Alright, you know that's madcap, right? Motherfucker! Got you a gift? A gift? That's whack ass crit. Nani? Fake Hitsuga is just fault. The fuck? Why does it not play the other thing? Nani? Nande? Is it just bad luck? I haven't heard that many follow notifications, so maybe it's just bad luck. I'm gonna check something. Hello, Fake Hitsuga. Welcome. I always knew you were a thing. I've heard rumors about you, literally, today. Nice to see you. Wait, are your alerts working now? The regular alerts are. That stuff is. But, I'm gonna try something real quick. I just want to see if it works if I keep spamming this. I'm the one and only real Wait, your host didn't go through? Motherfucker. I don't see your host. It's not showing up here. Replay the fucking theme! Why is it that one? Follows. Yeah. Okay, it's literally that one every single time. Nande. It's supposed to be randomly! This is more than just randomly! Okay, maybe it's... Every single time it fucking fails! Why? Host should work. There's no reason why host shouldn't work. How many times did I hit test? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. This is my regular stuff. How do I make it so this is like not random? Condition. Very rarely. Okay, I think I saved it.
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Yeah. That felt good. Ha! I figured it out, motherfuckers! Hitsuga, slightly less scuffed for today. Slightly less scuffed for today. Yeah, I didn't see the host though. Because I'm the real. Yeah, you're the real now. Alright, we gotta end in like 30 minutes. We have to end in 30 minutes. So I can eat before work. Is today Wednesday? It is. Alright. Motherfucker! Stop doing so much damage to me! How dare you one-shot my ass! Oh, we're playing these fucking games now. If he wants to go to the next phase, he puts his shit in the ground and then he brings it up. And I'm just sitting here like, a slash. Oh, I'm so stupid. But I think when he's about to transform, I think I can actually get a head off. I just need to not do it in front of his fucking face. Alright. What the fuck are you doing, bro? I don't get it. Oh, his arsenal choices are Hitsu, you nerd, you're back. I'm not censored, that's what I am. Why did no one say anything? My new camera angle's permanently scuffed. Hitsuga always finds a way. But yeah, I'm back-ish. Yeah? I mean, I've been streaming, right? It's not like I'm not back. I'm more back than I'm not back. Right? I'm still not fully back. But I'm not, like, not back. Motherfucker! I couldn't roll. I couldn't roll there. I tried to, but I was stuck in that animation. Fuck. Because if I was able to do it, I could have got one more hit on him, and then back off. But yeah, I couldn't roll there. I got a new SSD. It is very nice. I kind of want it. I thought I had an SSD when I got this new PC. I do not. So, games not launch at like lightning fast speeds. Which I guess is a first world problem. But, it is nice though, because my old PC had it. Yeah. thought I had it. I thought I had it. I didn't roll. That's quite unfortunate. Did it run out of stamina, maybe? I thought I hit it. Or was it just too slow? I might have been just too slow. I think I had stamina. I pressed it like too slow. Whoop! Looked a moment late, yeah. Because there is actual startup frames for rolling. You don't turn invulnerable right away. Oh, you fucker. One, two. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two. 1, 2. Dodge right. Then 1, 2. Dodge right. Boom, boom. Dodge right. Dodge left, you die. Dodge right, you might live. 1, 2. Dodge right. It's kind of hard to figure out like the directions of his attacks. Like it looks like he's attacking one side, but because he's on the horse, what he's really doing, he's attacking like to his left when it looks like he's attacking to his right, and that fucks me a little bit sometimes. Dodge left, dodge right, dodge left. No! I dodged too slow! Or I dodged too early! I was right though. Dodge left, dodge right. I was right though. I was right though. Okay, brother, I'm out. Time for a long hot shower. I'll catch you later. Have a great day, chat. You take care, Antique. You take care. I was right though! That specific attack. Dodge right, or dodge left. Dodge right, and then time your dodge. I was a bit too early with that one dodge, and that bit me in the ass. Mother bitch. Oh, fuck you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dodge left. I dodge left, dodge right. I dodge left twice. You stupid man. You stupid Hitsu. Stupid me. I even said it. I said dodge left. Dodge left again, apparently. Oh, man. I'm figuring it out, though. I'm figuring it out. That's the most important thing. We're figuring it out. I'm consistently getting to him more. I want to consistently get to him where he has his bow out, because I can get some free hits in. But I still can't find the proper positioning for that yet. And then his second phase, I kinda understand. He hasn't really done anything too crazy in the second phase. Just he has the magic abilities that are a lot more annoying. Like that's really it. I fucked that up. I think it's getting because I'm getting too close to him there. Alright. I'm gonna hop in this one. 1, 2, 3. Yo, his horse looks fucked. I feel bad. His horse looks so, like, empty. So drained. Did anyone see that? Like, the horse's head was, like, on the ground, basically. Like, just sagging. That was kind of sad. Alright. Spam, spam, spam. It is a rhythm game. It's just you gotta figure out the fucking hitboxes as well. Motherfucker. Like playing Osu, but if your monitor turned off. Yeah, kind of, I guess. It's like, it's a rhythm game. You know, you can get the rhythm. You understand the rhythm. But you gotta figure out where that rhythm is coming from. And that's a bit different. That's a bit sus. That's some sussy baka vibes. Summer! Bro, how am I? I guess. Ichi, ni, san, shi, go! I didn't touch right away! Oh! I dodged. It's just I was like a frame or two too slow. I was a frame or two too slow. All right, he does that. Okay, so dodge left, dodge right away. I think is the way there. Don't try to time it with the second hit. Dodge it right away. It's what are those notes called? The double thingamabobs. What are they called? Oh my god. I was right though. Dodge left, dodge right away. That is actually the move. It's so much easier if we can get in there when he has an extra bow attack. I think I know how to force an extra bow attack though. I think I know how to force one. It's kind of awkward positioning wise for me, but I can force the bow attack. Like the other way, it's kind of like a 50-50. But I think I know how to force it. So I'm gonna try to see if it works. Like I said, we're speedrunners. We're going for the most optimal build. Optimal pathing, I mean. Take your time here. Mother bitch! He didn't hit the... I was too fast there. I was too fast. Too fast. Too fast. Too fast. I don't know if this thing does any... I feel like every single time he misses that arrow up close when I have my Gilgamesh swords out, I feel like it kind of staggers him, but it doesn't. Like, it makes that like a staggering sound. And I don't know if it's this... if it's the attack he's doing, or what. That was a very late dodge on my part. Bitch? Okay. Look at the horse. I think I gotta go to bed to get some sleep for classes tomorrow, but good luck beating Radahn's ass. I will definitely need the luck. Thank you. I need a bit of luck. I couldn't get him. Alright, we're gonna try to force the bow here. No, fucking, my brain was not processing anything I just did. The fact that all those spears just fucking falling out of the sky, has to be such a troll fucking attack. It reminds me of the one boss in Dark Souls 3 though. The what was it called? Remember the name? You remember that name? It's like a slime thing. A slug thing, I mean. Okay. You guys have to admit, that's kind of... Damn. Ichi ni san shi go. I can't get off in midair, I realized. Okay. Wanna try something? Go ahead. Be angry. Ichi ni san shi go. Okay, you can jump over it with a horse, but you can't jump over it while dismounting. And I did force a second bow shot. It just doesn't matter because I'm too far to capitalize on it. Basically. So it's like a sweet spot in terms of distance. Sweet spot in distance before, in order if I wanted to capitalize on him fucking shooting me. Woo! I ran out of stamina. That time I actually ran out of stamina. I did actually run out of stamina that time. I wanted to see if I could force it, the bow a different way. And I did. But it still fucked up my stamina though. Okay. 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 Motherfucker. Right now, it's a matter of getting there consistently, which I'm not doing anymore. Let's see. If I was a smart man, if I was a betting man, dodge left or dodge right there. Okay. Ichi ni san shi. Better, but I think I dodged left for the last two parts. Dodging right there, I think, inted me, because then I dodged into his attack. The way it came back, I was still in the hitbox, so I had to dodge left twice, I think. Better, though. We dodged correctly. Timed the dodge. We're getting better. Like, it's one thing to spam roll. It's one thing to roll correctly, I guess. That's what I'm trying to get at. Healing on the horse slowed me down. I'm just trying to see if I can manipulate that arrow a bit better. That's really it. If I can manipulate that arrow, like the first phase of the arrows, I can abuse him. Spaced out. Ugh. I don't know how to do that. I'll space out randomly. I will space out very randomly. But I'm pretty sure this guy has to have a third phase, right? Like, it makes sense. If he's entering a second phase at 25% HP, surely he has another phase. A third phase, maybe. Or maybe it's like after he dies, he comes back. Third phase or something. Some weird mechanic like that. been a while since I've seen a proper come back to life phase. The reason why I rolled twice there, I thought I mistimed the first roll. It's like, oh shit, his swing is still coming. Let me roll again. But his swing came anyways. And I actually dodged it. So I think as long as I roll in the first direction, I'm actually also safe. Interesting. Also, I manipulated his attack that time. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. That's not gonna help me. In fact, one of them already broke. Oh wait, it does help. What? Thank you so much for the sub there, Scotty. How are you doing, Dork? It works outside the zone. You guys saw that, right? It works outside the zone. I'm not crazy. I woke up after almost 14 hours sleep. You are indeed doing the troll. There was indeed some bullshit there. He did the shotgun arrow 3 times, motherfucker. If he does this with his arm, he's gonna go bam on me. Okay. I'm getting a feel for it. I'm getting a feel. Like a really solid feel right now. A really solid feel. Really solid feel. Did you just get to run out not long ago? Heaven's feel? I lost the sword. Fucking memers in my chat. Alright, stay back a bit further. Now I run towards him. I'm gonna play close. I need to figure out his attacks like fully. What happened there? I dodged to the left. The second sword hit me. Was it because I dodged too early? I didn't dodge at the right time. Couldn't go through both, or was it because I didn't dodge early enough? See, when he does another shotgun arrow, I don't know what to do there. Okay, he's gonna jump at me. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I didn't roll there. Timed it too late. Ooh wee. Ooh wee, Rick. Ooh wee. Oh. Bro, just let me in. Who put the... Don't put your messages there! Seems I arrived at a good point. Near the end of my stream. I lost the one. Welcome, by the way, Captain. How are you doing? Bitch. Late squad. Yeah, I have to end stream in like the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes maybe, because Sophia gets out at 6. Yeah. Such an anime start to a fight. It's very, very fucking pog. I like the fight so far. It's just, he's also fucking with me, I guess, mentally. And a lot of his shit, like, actually does one-shot me. Alright, fuckers. I think about 30-something%. So, it's been chaotic. I've been trying to figure out his moves. That's the only thing I got spoiled on so far. I mean, he's a tough cookie. I'll tell you that much. Spoiled or not, he's tough. If I lose one of these motherfucking swords, I swear to God! I lost a sword! What if I dodge right for like that other hit? Just a hypothetical. Hypothetical what if? Oh, fuck you. His very tiny horse is Super Troll. I love it. Mother bitch! How am I even losing one? And you pull out your sword? You fucker! Shoot me! Alright, we'll play up close. Ichi, ni, san, shi. Oh, I couldn't roll, you motherfucker. I was stuck in the animation. The one attack I really need to figure out how to dodge is the one where he like spins rapidly and then spins again rapidly. That move. If I can figure out how to dodge that, well, I know how to dodge his first 2 swings of that. But that's about it. Oh yeah, dick. Oh, I'm gonna lose another one. I always lose the one on the right. For some reason, I always lose the one on the right. It's 2 of them joints. I have 1 motherfucking sword! The Gucci banana? Yeah. I don't need one anyways, bitch. Okay, yeah. Dodge right. All 3 of his after his first attack, dodge right. I see it now, motherfucker. No. How do I do? Can I do it from behind? I can. Okay. If I get fucking transported to some bullshit with no swords, I'm gonna be angry. That is the way. Don't mind me. Alright, I know how to... I see now. I see now the pathways. Dodge right. Dodge right. I see now. I see now the way. I see now. This definitely is a summoning boss, though, I feel like. But we're making some progress about summoning, so, like, I don't know. Oh, you dick. I feel like sometimes I can dodge that, other times I can't. I don't get it. Nagakiba? Have you found that Nagakiba yet? I don't think I have. No? What is that? What's the Nagakiba? Essentially Masamune? Oh. See, that's kind of cap. That's kind of cap. you just pull out your sword anyways, bro? The fuck? Here, I'll get up close after this one. I was in range? Oh my god, his range is so fucking huge. Totally Sephiroth sword. That sounds kind of dope. This guy has so many arrows on the back of him. Can I get any arrow helpers? Can anyone with an arrow just shoot him in the back real quick, real fast for me? Stagger him so I can do some thick damage. He just stomps his horse into the ground. I feel so bad for that horse. I've never felt as bad for anything in my life as that horse. It looks so fucking funny though. That is a good question, my friend. Did a different move. He did a different move. God damn it. I'll stagger him eventually. Eventually I'll stagger him. Stomp on me? I'll be honest, I didn't realize he could stomp. Like, actually stomp. Like, boom. I always just thought he was just, like, just slightly, boom. I wasn't ready for that. I'm doing damage. That's the thing. I'm doing damage. But it's hard to get in there. That's like the only thing. It's hard to get in there. It's hard to find the openings, specifically. Okay, dodge this. It doesn't do that move, we're good. Because that move, he does it pretty quickly, and I'm stuck in animation, can't dodge. As long as it does any other move, I can technically roll out of there. That move, it's kind of a gamble. That move is kind of a gamble. Yep. Oof. Oh! I almost had it! I almost had it! I just panicked. Motherfucker! I almost had it. I'm trying to maximize DPS right now for some fucking reason. Instead of chipping away at him, I'm trying to maximize DPS at the start. I'm trying to bring him to second phase as quickly as possible. Even though motherfucker hurts! So you guys have seen this guy, huh? Asking for a friend. I bet he has a second phase, doesn't he? Or not second phase. That is the second phase. Fucking... I'm talking about third phase. Motherfucker probably has a third phase. Why is it? When he's far away, I give him too much space. I give him too much room. Oh, it's 555? Fuck! There's definitely nothing more. Oh yeah, definitely nothing more. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, buckaroo. There's nothing more for you to worry about. Alright, I fucked up, so we'll just take this slow at the start. This is the runner, right? Can't really jump over that with your horse. One more run. It's his second phase I need to figure out. It is his second phase. Okay. Motherfucker. Okay. What? Matt, what's fucking happening? What? Oh my god, the fuck is that, man? So he has the third phase. Okay. Got it. You okay? You're okay. You're okay for a little bit. Learn. He's finally setting. I asked about a new phase. There's no shot. There's no shot. Oh fuck! It's 6. 6. Yeah, I can't fight him on horseback for the second half. I don't think. I can use horseback to get away, to heal up, but when he's in second phase, I just can't play far keep out. I can't play up close. We just have to be anime as fuck for the second phase. But I brought him down to half HP though. We brought him down to half HP though. If we can bring him down to half HP and that's all he did, didn't do any other crazy bullshit, if that's his third final phase, I can kill him. Just I can't kill him right now because I gotta go call Sophia. She's coming home soon. So, I'm gonna stop here. And we continue Friday. Yeah, he jumped into the sky. I'm like, where the fuck did this motherfucker go? I'm out here looking around like, bitch, Doko. God damn. Okay. But that's good. That's good. Close all windows. I'm gonna find someone to raid real quick. Holy fucking shit, man. Holy fucking shit. We saw the third phase at least before we ended the stream. Da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-dun, boom, boom, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da. Alright, no, I really do gotta close you though. Let's see. Who have I not raided? Elden Ring. Dude, all these people who play Elden Ring. Ah, God. Who is Spiffy Inc? I follow them. They're doing art. I don't know who they are, but I follow them. Oh, wait, their art's really cool. Who the fuck is this? I don't know who this is, but they do got some pog art. Like, actually, genuinely really pog art. So we're gonna stop by because I gotta blast. Who's Johnny Lemons? Let me see. Not Elden Ring. No, it's Elden Ring. He's doing content I haven't seen yet. I've barely explored Kayed. I don't even know how I'm here, but I'm here. But I barely explored this place, so I'm a pass for now. But I will sneak a follow and just disappear. No one say anything. All right. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. Friday, I think we kill the boss. Saturday, I stream again, of course. But I want to stream again Friday, maybe. So, we'll see. I gotta go get some food. I gotta go call Sophia. Sophia's probably waiting on my ass right now because it's 6:03. It's already past 6. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Bye. I love you guys. When do you guys want a movie night? Should we have a movie night soon? It's been a while. Since I've had a movie night. Take care, Hitsu. Take care. Bye. Bye.